Good morning. It is 9:30 and I would like to call the January 25th, 2024 regular meeting of Athabasca County Council to order. July 25th. Well, that's why I was struggling to read it. It says my brain and I thought I said July. The first item of business is the agenda approval. The items that must be discussed this morning are all of item 3, that's 3.1, 3.2. Item number 5.1. Item number 7.1. Items number 8.1, 8.2, 9.2, and all of item 13, that's 13.1, 13.2, 13.3, 13.4, and 13.5. Councillor Anderson.
I'd like to please add item 6.2 as well.
Other items? Sorry, Councillor Anderson add 6.2, Councillor Wallach, then Councillor Hall.
9.1.
Councillor Wallach is 9.1. Councillor Holland.
7.2, please. 7.4. And Councillor Cromwell would like 7.7, please.
Okay, so that's 7.2, 7.4, 7.7, and 9. No, that's it. Okay. Councillor Mins.
Excuse me. I think 7.3 and what the heck, 7.6 and you know what? That probably be good enough.
Okay. Are there any further items, or I'll go through this again? The items that I've recorded are item number 2, all of item 3, that's 3.1, 3.2, item 5.1, 6.2, 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, 7.4, 7.6, 7.7, 8.1, 8.2, 9.1, 9.2, and all of item 13, that's 13.1 through 5 inclusive. CAO, did you have any other items? Are there any, is there a motion to Councillor Mins has moved the agenda as amended with the approval of the items not selected for debate? Approval of the recommended motions of the items not selected for debate. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none on the question of the adoption of the motion, all those in favor? All those opposed? The count is 8-0 and the motion is adopted. Councillor Anderson.
I'd like to move to recess the county council meeting and proceed with public hearings, please.
Councillor Anderson has moved to recess the county council meeting and proceed with public hearings scheduled for this morning. Is there any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 8-0 and county council is in recess. I would like to declare the public hearing open. I'm Brian Hall, Reeve for Athabasca County, and I'll be the chair of the hearing. On behalf of council, I'd like to welcome everyone here today. All of council is present, and I'll take a moment for introductions. Beginning on my left, we have Councillor Mins, Councillor Holland, Councillor Chamzik, Councillor Wallach, Councillor Anderson, Councillor Kapitanek, Councillor Gerlich, and soon to join us in the empty chairs, Councillor Cromwell. The secretary of the hearing is Mr. Bob Beck, who is the CAO for Athabasca County. Any persons who have joined the meeting via Zoom and are wishing to be heard should give their full name. Anyone on Zoom? There's no one on Zoom. Is there anyone in the room that would like to be speaking to this? Do you intend to speak? Can you state your name just so that we can record it?
My name is Bruce Goodyear. I'm for applying for a permit for a propane filling station.
Okay, Bruce Goodyear. Thank you, Bruce. Welcome. And beside you, are you speaking? Hi, Laurie. Thanks for joining us. The public hearing for bylaw 012-2024 is now open. Mr. Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The purpose of this public hearing is for Athabasca Council of the County to hear testimony from interested parties. It is not meant to be a debate between presenters, and all comments must be directed to council through the chair. Only one person may speak at a time, and each person wishing to provide input to council will have the opportunity to do so. The ground rules of the hearing and the order of speaking will be Director of Community Protective Services, Krista Wilkinson, will speak first to outline the background and to provide an explanation of the bylaw. Members of the public who are wishing to be heard will be given the opportunity to speak. Director Wilkinson will be given the opportunity to present closing remarks or address any of the issues presented. Councillors will be given the opportunity to ask questions. Council will then end the public hearing and will later consider the information received at the public hearing. Council will only consider matters raised at the hearing. Only councillors may ask questions of speakers during the hearing. If any persons want to ask questions of a speaker, they must ask the chair to ask the question on their behalf during their presentation, and the chair will only ask the question if the chair wishes to have an answer in order to undertake its consideration.
Before hearing from the public, I'd like to ask Director Wilkinson to provide background and explanation on the proposed bylaw.
Good morning. Application to amend the land use bylaw was received proposing a zoning change from agriculture district to light industrial for a portion of lot 1, block 1, plan 1422661. This 15-acre parcel is approximately 4 kilometers south of Wandering River. First reading of this bylaw was approved on June 11th. The applicants would like to develop a propane filling station on the portion of the property to be redistricted. The general purpose of light industrial is to permit opportunities for light industrial and manufacturing uses appropriate in specific locations as determined by the county, which will support and serve the regional oil and gas, agricultural, and forestry industry base.
Does council have any questions or points of clarification they'd like to ask the director? Seeing none, Director Wilkinson, are there any written materials that have been submitted?
Yes, there are.
Would you be
So
willing to
we
read them and put them in the record?
referred this out as normal practice. We did get a referral comment back from Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors offers the following comments and observations with respect to the proposed land use amendment. Number 1, pursuant to section 618.31 of the Municipal Government Act, the department expects that the municipality will comply with any applicable items related to provincial highways in an ALSA plan, if applicable. Number 2, pursuant to 618.41 of the Municipal Government Act, the department expects that the municipality will mitigate the impacts of traffic generated by developments approved on the local road connections to the highway system in accordance with policy 7 of the provincial land use policies. The next one is from TELUS. At this time, TELUS has no concerns with the proposed activities. Referred it out to internally to infrastructure. Infrastructure has no concerns with the rezoning. Apex Utilities has no objections to the proposed amendment in the file mentioned above. And then the last one is from Forestry and Parks. Land Operation Divisions have no concerns with this bylaw amendment. And that concludes.
I would now call upon persons wishing to speak. Mr. Goodyear, did you wish to speak to this? If you do, please jump up to the chair and put your microphone on. Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, I got a couple of letters there too from different campgrounds in the area. Said that it'd be an asset to the campgrounds and the surrounding area, so you don't have to travel so far for propane and that kind of thing, right? So I got a couple of letters there. Someone want to look over them or read them.
Yes.
That's all I got to say. To say it's,
Thank you for making the trip and speaking to us. Director Wilkinson, would you typically read those into the record or we just put them in?
If you wish, yep.
Okay, let's,
To whom it may concern, we are writing you this letter in hopes that Bruce and Lori Goodyear are able to open a propane filling station in Wandering River, Alberta. As campground owners, we see great value in having this type of service available. This would not only be a benefit to the campgrounds in the area, but also a great asset to the community and surrounding area. Thank you, Tyler and Trista Barker. I'm writing in regards to the application submitted by Bruce and Lori Goodyear to have an approved propane refill station on their land just southeast of Wandering River landfill. As a much needed service in the area, I strongly support the approval of this request and see no reason why a request would be denied. They have the facilities and professionalism to complete this setup while keeping safety at the highest standard. The dust control program limits excessive dust in that area, so a minor increase in traffic should not be an issue in this respect. This would be a great addition in the area for Creekside Campground and locals alike. Evan Dix, co-owner of Creekside Campground.
thank you. Does council have any questions or points of clarification? Councillor Mintz, the floor is yours.
Just wondering if this is a commercial entity and that, is there gonna be commercial trucks coming out of there, like propane trucks? Or is this gonna be just accessed by patrons?
That's a question that the speaker can jump to the, yeah, you can. We use the mics, Mr. Goodyear, just so that anybody listening to the recorded version can hear.
okay. Yeah, it'd be a truck come there, like takes 1,000 liters. It'd be a truck come there probably a couple times a summer. Or to fill the thing, just come up my driveway. Like I had the truck come there because I burn propane in my garage. So the truck comes there anyway. So
But you're not gonna have your own trucks leaving there and going and filling propane?
no, just a truck from Western Propane in Grasslands will come there probably a couple times a summer. It takes 1,000 liter tank,
Oh,
so it
okay.
takes a lot of propane, right? So I don't know, that's all it'd be. Just what he comes for to fill my truck, my garage and that kind of thing anyway, a couple times in winter, that too, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. The other question I had was the safety aspect of it. Does there have to be a safety plan put in place?
That's a
for-
question for the director.
Yeah, so that would be part of the development permit application. When that comes forward, if this gets rezoned, then we accept an application for the proposed development.
Mhm.
And that would be a condition of.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
We also did propane courses for filling propane and that kind of thing. We did that through Grasslands, Western Propane. Yeah, and I also applied for a permit for yesterday to the gas permit. I already got that in place, paid for that yesterday.
Councillor Holland, please remember the question should direct through the chair.
Through the chair
I don't know how that works
to
exactly.
Director Wilkinson. Part of the development permit is dust control covered there.
I'm going to say that that's a question we're not answering. This is a hearing about land use classification, not about development permits. So we're
Well,
going to keep
you got
focused.
it.
And there's no development permit in front of us. Councillor Cromwell, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Through the chair to the director or to our delegation, thank you for being here, Bruce. I love the idea. I think it's very much needed where we are. My one question, and I'm not sure who I'm directing that to yet. Looking at the area to be rezoned, 48 meters by 90 meters. Director, why such a large area for a propane tank? Reason I'm asking, and I'm sure my friend here at the table knows, when we do a rezoning, there are a multitude of then pre-approved locations or points of business can be done on that property. And let's say you do sell your property here, that leaves it open to move in even a bulk fuel storage onto that location in that residential area. So my question is, do we need to have a full 90 by 48 meters for the purpose of what you're doing, or can that be scaled back to a smaller zone?
Director Wilkinson, do you want to start? Or Mr. Goodyear?
I didn't put in for the size of it, the size of the lot there. When I applied for the permit, I think we did it here. And it was drawn out from here that, for the lot, I didn't put in, like, I only needed 3 meters by 6 meters. That's how big the tank is, but well, plus a parking lot, right? Parking area to park. That's all I applied for.
Director Wilkinson?
Yeah, so I was going to speak to the parking piece. So the development itself all will need to be within that small area for this particular proposal. And so it allows for parking, it allows for containment, all of those things.
So
This is
follow
a
up.
1/10 of an acre. Councilor Crummell?
Yeah, so we're looking at, is there any way, again, I'm gonna ask, can we scale that size back? Do we need a full 90 by 48 meters for that area?
Okay, that's, Director Wilkinson, do you have thoughts on minimum parking requirements for et cetera?
I would have to look at that. My understanding is that my understanding is that you know, when the development officers sat with the Goodyears and they looked at how big of an area they needed for the development, this is what they came up with.
Okay.
And so as far as parking goes, I'd have to look in the land use bylaw and figure out how much parking, but I know that they worked together and found that this was an appropriate area.
And so this has been developed with the recommendation of your department and the applicant, and it's presented here for.
Yeah, Tara sat with the applicant and went over their plan, and this is the area that they came up with together.
Are there any other questions or points of clarification from council? Is there anyone else who has not spoken and wishes to speak? I don't think there's anyone online. Seeing none, does council have any final questions or points of clarification? At this time, is there, again, you'll see, Mr. Goodyear, we get to ask this question lots of times to make sure everybody gets heard. But is there, does council have any questions of any speaker, of any of the staff? And does anybody feel they've not been fairly heard? Seeing none. There being no further testimony, I will close the public hearing and further advise that council cannot receive any further information on this matter. Thank you for attending the public hearing. I declare the hearing closed at 9:51 a.m. I would now like to declare open a public hearing for bylaw 0182024. We've already done introductions, and Mr. Schenkelberg, are there anyone joining us via Zoom? No one's joining. Is there anybody in the gallery that would like to speak to this? Seeing none. Secretary Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The purpose of this public hearing is for Athabasca Council of the County to hear testimony from interested parties. It is not meant to be a debate between presenters, and all comments must be directed to council through the chair. Only one person may speak at a time, and each person wishing to provide input to council will have the opportunity to do so. The ground rules of the hearing and the order of speaking will be Director of Community and Protective Services, Krista Wilkinson, will speak first to outline the background and provide an explanation of the bylaw. Members of the public who are wishing to be heard will be given the opportunity to speak. Director Wilkinson will be given the opportunity to present closing remarks or address any of the issues presented. Councilors will be given the opportunity to ask questions. Council will then end the public hearing and will later consider the information received at the public hearing. Council will only consider matters raised at the hearing. Only councilors may ask questions of speakers during the hearing. If any persons want to ask questions of a speaker, they must ask the chair to ask the question on their behalf during their presentation, and the chair will only ask the question if the chair wishes to have an answer in order to undertake its consideration.
Before hearing from the public, I would like to ask Director Wilkinson to provide background and explanation of the proposed bylaw.
An application to amend the land use bylaw was received proposing a zoning change from agriculture district to campground commercial for a portion of the northwest of 10, 7217 west of 4. The applicant is looking to do some further development on an existing campground. This bylaw amendment covers the area currently utilized for the existing campground. This property is approximately 5.5 kilometers northwest of Wandering River and is accessed off of Range Road 173. First reading of this bylaw was approved on June 27th. This campground was developed prior to the C5 district being implemented. For development accessory to the campground to be considered, the land use bylaw will need to be amended. The general purpose of campground commercial C5 district is to provide for specific areas for commercial recreational vehicle parks and or campgrounds to be developed within the county.
Does council have any questions or points of clarification they wish to ask the director? Councilor Cromwell.
Thank you. Through the chair to the director. So you mentioned, well, we understand that to be compliant now, they have to switch to a C5 district from an agricultural district. But you mentioned they want to make some additions now to that campground as well. Is that what I understood from you? What are they looking at adding?
Are those more appropriate questions for a development permit? The hearing is about changing land use classifications. Director, I guess I'm looking for your advice on that too.
Well, obviously this applicant came forward to the department as they are looking to add a shed, I think. And so to accept a development permit application, something accessory to the existing campground, we do have to go through the rezoning.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or points of clarification for the director at this time? Director, are there any written materials that have been submitted?
Yes, I do have a submission from the applicant. Good day, everyone. My husband and I were informed that we need to redistrict our current campground from agriculture to commercial so we can comply with Athabasca County regulations and bylaws. We want to be compliant with the county so that we can apply for permits to build a deck or a small shed in front of our RV. It's only a portion of that we want to redistrict, as we also have agricultural land that is used for farm use and will continue to be used for agricultural use. We have had no complaints from our neighbors or residents. I also informed my campers of all the bylaws that they need to follow. Thank you and have a great day, Christine and Chris Langdon. And then I also have some referral comments back. Thank you for including TELUS in your circulation. At this time, TELUS has no concerns with the proposed activities. This one is from the Director of Infrastructure in-house. No concerns. Apex Utilities has no objection to the proposed land use bylaw amendments described in the file mentioned above. And Forestry and Parks Lands Operation Division have no concerns with this bylaw amendment.
Well, I'll call upon persons wishing to speak. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak? None? Does council have any questions or points of clarification? Is there anyone else who has not spoken and wishes to speak? Does council have any other questions or points of clarification after hearing that? At this time, does council have any questions of any speaker or of any of the staff? Seeing none, does anyone feel that they have not been fairly heard? There being no further testimony, I would close the public hearing and further advise that council cannot receive any further information on this matter. Thank you for attending the public hearing. I declare the public hearing closed at 9:57 a.m. like to reopen the council meeting. Our delegation scheduled for 11 is not here yet. The next item of business on the agenda is on page 45, item 6.2. Councillor Anderson, you asked for that on the agenda.
Thank you. I'd like to move the recommended motion.
Councillor Anderson has made a motion to move, well, would like to move the recommended motion, which is that council approves the following capital projects to commence in the 2024 year. Cape Sealing on the road north of Highway 55 adjacent to the airport and on Township Road 682 to the airport, and west of Range Road 195 adjacent to Greenleaf Fuels for half a mile. Also engineering for the replacement of bridge file 13833 in Collinton. And further, the council direct administration to compile a list of capital hard surfacing projects for the 5-year capital plan to be brought back to the 2025 budget deliberation ranked based on policy 3243. Discussion. Councillor Anderson, do you want to open the discussion? Other discussion? Councillor Mins, floor is yours.
Just regarding the budget process and everything. Got an email regarding CCBF funding through the federal government and that. What would be our funding, our would that funding go towards some of these capital projects?
That's a detail I would refer to our CAO.
The chair, to the CAO, to the director, to.
Does the CCBF funding apply to this?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're gonna have to recess right away. It's at 10 o'clock.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Anyways, for our next item, while that item is going on, I'll bring back our budget document and explain how council had apportioned out the grants for the capital projects this year. It's right in the budget document.
I think I just heard Councillor Mins move to table this item until after our item 7.1.
Yeah, you heard correct. You
Tabling motions have no discussion on the question tabling this till after the delegation. All those in favor? And opposed? The count is 9-0. Thank you, Councillor Mins. I'd like to declare a 2.5-minute recess and we'll start the next item right at 10, but this gives everyone a chance to recharge their drinks. All right, it's 5 after 10. I'd like to reconvene the July 25th. Not January, July 25th County Council meeting. We are at item number 7.1. This is a request for review of a compliance order. This is something that as a group, we've not done directly under this section. So CAO Beck is going to outline a couple of the guidelines and rules so that the council and everybody can be familiar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This process is somewhat similar to the public hearing process before, but not exactly. After addressing any preliminary matters, council will hear from the appellant and then from county administration. Following each presentation, councilors may ask questions through the chair. After the presentations, county administration and the appellant will be invited to provide closing remarks, with the appellant going last. Council may choose to deliberate in private before deciding to confirm, vary, substitute, or cancel the orders by way of motion.
So and for clarity, the purpose of the hearing is to hear testimony from interested parties. It's not meant to be a debate between presenters, and comments would be directed to council through the chair. For those present, would you please introduce yourselves and state your name so we know who's here?
My name is Donna Swearhoon.
Welcome.
David Swerton. Hey there, I'm Jonathan LaRose. David and Donna are my parents.
And we are requesting if
Oh, please, just as a reminder, please use your microphones when you speak to council. Okay, Ms. Swerhoon, the floor is yours still.
we're requesting if council will allow our son Jonathan LaRose to present our
That's fine.
presentation.
You absolutely can. The appellant or the representative is welcome to provide the presentation.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, everyone. So just really quickly, if at your pleasure, I'd just love to introduce myself a little bit. David and Donna are my parents. I think probably some of you might be aware of they've had an interesting situation with their neighbor the last couple of years. The reason why that I'm here, one, I have an interesting background. I spent the last 12 years in high profile client advisory, very stressed out executives going through some of the most important, stressful, conflictive transactions of their lives. I serve clients mostly in New York. And so I think my skill set lines me hopefully to provide a little bit of a different lens, and maybe we can push this a little bit forward. That's my hope. The second reason why I'm here, and I've largely been uninvolved, but I think specifically one of the requests I've actually seen the benefit, and it's push this, let's call it situation disagreement, forward a bit. And so that's the reason why I'd like to try and help. And that's what I'm trying to do here, is collaborate with you guys and try and be helpful. So what I have in front of me is my parents' words. It's going to be about 10 minutes. And what I've tried to do is to take some of the sting and maybe the emotion of, a party that's been emboldened in conflict for a little bit. And hopefully we can have just a reasonable discussion. And again, with the goal, hopefully we can push this forward and find a mutually beneficial solution, or at least take steps towards that. So here we go. In the following presentation, I asked that this council equitably consider the following two themes in support of my parents' variance requests for our fence. And when I say our and the like, these are my parents' words, and our small accessory building. The first core theme, please consider that our requested height variance for our 8-foot fence is the most sensible measure available to mitigate the challenging situation that currently exists between lot 10, the Swearhoons, and lot 9, the Lloyds, of which this committee, largely already knows. And on the other side, lot 11 to the east has already indicated their approval and favorability of the 8-foot fence. The second core theme is our request for side variance approval for our accessory building to be within the 59-inch offset, consistent with numerous examples of similar previously approved variants at lot 9, and also a number of other Amos Lake lots. So this isn't new. and which we can illustrate with a number of examples. Secondly, our accessory building is also consistent with a number of similar accessory buildings at Amos Lake lots that currently exist within the designated bylaw offset, but are not actively receiving enforcement. And so regarding either of these treatments, the outcome is that landowners are permitted to have their buildings, and our request is that we receive treatment, that this is consistent and equitable with the peers at Amos Lake and other residents at Athabasca County. And if I can add my own personal touch here, I think from my perspective, a little bit of an outside party, I think number one, with the fence, reducing some of the opportunities for that situation. I think please really take that one seriously. I think that one's important. Okay, I'll dive back in. So the official request for variance number one, we're requesting a 2 foot or 33% variance on the property line fencing between lot 9 and lot 11 to extend that fence to 8 feet for privacy. And then number two, we're requesting a 70% side variance for the placement of a small steel accessory building on lot 10. This building was 17 inches from the property line, separating lot 9 and lot 10. It's already below the top line of the fence, so it's not visible to neighbors. Okay, so the core reasons for our request. We are asking that these variances to protect our right to privately enjoy and use our property, and to protect the value of our property as guaranteed by the MGA, but also for the mutual privacy and enjoyment that would be benefited by our neighbors. We ask the council to consider the following 6 points, which we have illustrated the sensibility and the exceptional circumstances which we believe justify these requests. So number one, currently the 8-foot fence prevents visual, auditory, and physical interactions with the adjacent property owners. And specifically, this has already proven to dramatically reduce the interaction, tension, and conflict that, we're aware of that exists between the Swarhoons lot 10 and the Lloyd's lot 9. And as a note, we've already previously constructed a 6-foot fence. It did not nearly have the same positive impact. We tried it. It's one of the reasons why I'm trying to help with this situation. Meanwhile, the 8-foot fence is our attempt to amicably and fairly reduce the current challenging situation for the mutual benefit of all parties. And it's not just the landowners, it benefits the landowners, but reduction in this conflict benefits the Amos Lake community. And it also benefits the county because there's going to be a reduction of call outs to county services to adjudicate this, neighborhood disagreement. And I think we've already begun to see that, at least when I come to stay on my remote working weeks, I've noticed this. The 8-foot fence, number two, the 8-foot fence hides excessive and arguably unsightly outdoor and industrial storage, which is present both at lot 11 and lot 9. As such, the extra height of the fence creates a significantly more private, calmer, amicable, and visibly appealing environment at our home, while allowing our neighbors to use their property for their alternative preferences, allowing everyone to each privately enjoy their time at the lake as they see fit and they see best. Number three, on January 30th, 2024, the Athabasca County recently granted a fence height variance of 38% and 50%. That's higher than the variance requested here. On
Just a
development,
point of clarification,
Yep.
Jonathan, this is a hearing to review compliance orders.
okay,
It's not a hearing to ask for variance requests. We're not taking in a variance request. We're talking about a compliance order.
yeah, and so we're
Just so that, like,
Sure.
we just gotta make sure that what we're asking for is we're reviewing a compliance order, not granting variances.
not, sorry, say that. I
It's
just missed that
not
last word.
within the decisions that council can make at this hearing to grant a variance.
Nope. Oh, okay,
Okay? Like, just so that you're clear about what we're doing here,
okay,
there have been 2 compliance orders issued.
yep,
Section 547 of the Act allows you to appeal those compliance orders, but this is not the time to make a variance request is a different process, and I would.
Okay.
just- So please continue, but I just want to make sure
Oh.
that we're, understand what we're,
I understand.
Okay.
Okay, okay, so
Please.
let me try and change this a bit. So let me segue a bit and let's say the theme, again, let's revisit the 2 themes here specifically are to discuss the mutual benefit to landowners, the county, and the client, and the community for the 8-foot fence. And so that is the reason for its construction, and that is what, you know, specifically myself as of a somewhat removed party is hoping that the county can take into question, because it's actually doing good. And so let me see if there are a few other things. 0.5 is a good one. The 8-foot fence does not impact the amenity of the neighborhood. Boards are live edge, so it's not an eyesore. And I think that is something to consider. I think what I'd like to do next is just, in the spirit of I want to talk about the conflict just a little bit to remind everyone kind of some of the things that are going on, and again with the spirit of why the 8-foot fence I think is extremely beneficial and important. I think the situation at Amisk Lake between lot 9, lot 10, and some things is, you know, can aptly be described as being untenable. The results of the actions, you know, the refusal to find compromise. We have embattled parties. And I think, again, the best path forward that we've seen is the ability to actually segment those parties and reduce the number of interactions that they're forced to have. If everyone can have more privacy, there are fewer interactions, there's fewer of these moments of inappropriate behavior, or maybe good people not being their best because they're having a tough time, they're going through something and they significantly disagree. And not just disagree in behavior, but disagree maybe on how they utilize their lake lot, storage, or buildings, or a number of other items. Issues of privacy. And so, you know, and I think the fence like really solves a lot of those problems. It's really quite remarkable. It reduces the inappropriate behavior. It allows all parties involved to utilize their lake space as they see fit. It reduces concerns for privacy. There isn't concerns of cameras pointing into each other's yards or all kinds of things. And then even beyond the conflict, I think largely in Athabasca County, Northern Alberta, we've seen theft, vandalism, tampering on the rise. And I know that I can say that like the construction of this has given my parents more confidence. They've seen a reduction in things happening to their property. And so what I think, what I'm going to jump to is, do you have a number of examples in front of me of where there are variances? And I understand this isn't proving a variance, but what I want to demonstrate is examples where folks have received variances or have received approval for something that's different. And so like I have examples in front of me from lot 20. They've got 2 variances, 80%, 29%. I see lot 4. They have a 77% variance on a minimum setback distance from the shoreline. See lot 8, 33% variance. And then I've got a number of examples in front of me of maybe similar items that exist at different lake lots that don't have development permits, but do exist and have not received enforcement instruction. And so I bring these up because I think maybe it provides a point that there is room for some of these items to exist, something like an 8-foot fence. And I think when you bring in the larger human piece, which is really what I'm trying to dive home, the human piece of reducing this conflict, hopefully giving two parties to take a chance, take a breath. Who knows, maybe one day find a compromise. I think my personal goal is to help provide an opportunity for that to begin to happen. So I'll leave it there. Thank you. Appreciate your time, everyone.
Does council or anyone have questions or points of clarification they'd like to ask right now? Seeing none. I'm gonna take one little pause and because I didn't have a script really well documented, take a second to just introduce the council and the folks in the room, and I apologize for not catching that right at the beginning. On your right is our CAO, Mr. Bob Beck, the recording secretary of the meeting, Ms. Blair. We have communications coordinator, Mr. Schenkelberg, Councillor Minns, Councillor Holland, Councillor Chamzik, Councillor Wallach, Councillor Anderson, Councillor Kaptanik, Councillor Gerlich, and then Councillor Cromwell, and then of course Director Wilkinson. So sorry. I will now open the floor to Director Wilkinson to provide a response. Oh, is there anyone that wants a question right now? So questions or points of clarification from?
And forgive me if it's in here and I've missed it, but I'm just reading and I see that in 2021, the fence was brought into compliance. When was it changed to not fit in compliance?
It was changed recently, just recently it was changed.
How?
Like 6 weeks, a month,
How long we have to?
2 months?
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions or points of clarification? Councillor Minns, floor is yours.
Through the chair. The building that's on the outside of the fence. Am I able to ask what that's for? Through the chair.
The question is, what's the use of the building against the fence?
Yeah, what?
Sorry, it's a storage building.
And that, and also through the chair, is that building built on your lot? Or is that?
No, it's a mobile building, it's a steel building. And it is easily transportable. It's just the reason why we want it there is that it provides, we have a pathway along the west side of our house that we can take our Kubota down and go down the entire side of our house. And if it was out more, it would restrict that. And that's the reason why we're asking for that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Holland?
Thank you very much. You mentioned that the fence that was in compliance in 2021 was changed recently, 3 months ago to an 8-foot fence. Was the development permit not requested at that time?
Please put the microphone on.
No, we didn't request a development permit. We built it.
You just went ahead.
And the thing is that there's many people in our country residential area that requests as-built after they have completed their development.
Okay, Councillor Holland.
Thank you.
Further questions? Other questions at the table or points of clarification? Councillor Gerlich, you look like you've.
So the storage building, it's 18 inches from the property line or,
Yeah, it's 17 inches from the property line,
okay, and so to access it, do you access it from
from the front,
the front?
from the front. The door is facing lot 10.
Okay,
And
so-
the back is against lot 9. And with the fence, there's no view of that building whatsoever by lot 9.
So the 18 inches gives you enough room to access it without being on a neighboring property?
Pardon me? We're not on the neighbor's property.
The door's on the other side.
Okay.
Yeah.
that's-
It's not against
Yeah.
the fence.
It's not against the
Okay, good,
fence.
good, thanks. And secondly, the replacement of the fence, the other fence that was there was relatively new. It was replaced with the higher one?
So the other fence, was a 6-foot fence. And that was eventually taken down and then eventually replaced with fence.
Because the 6-foot fence wasn't providing the type of security.
Cameras still shine on that.
Point of order, please.
Sorry, the 6-foot fence didn't provide the same level of privacy and honestly, separation that's been beneficial for both parties that we've seen over the last few months. It's, person can stand and just see and everybody sees what's going on. And obviously two parties that maybe have a more challenging time to see eye to eye. The additional height has really absolutely been a game changer.
May I add something else? The windows on their main cabin, the cabin itself is 4 inches from our property. And the cabins on, the windows on that main cabin looks into our yard. And the 6-foot fence did not cover the entire window. And often surveillance cameras were put into the windows that looked into our house and in our yard. And the other concern is that there are surveillance cameras that are put in the yard that records our conversations and also our activities. And it makes it very uncomfortable to use.
Counselor Gurlick? I'm good. You're good? Counselor Cromwell?
Thank you. And I understand what you're saying, and please don't think that I don't. So what happens if a neighbor then puts a surveillance camera up on a pole or up to the roof height? Are we going to get this again where we find that you've gone ahead, demolished an 8-foot fence and put up a 12-foot fence? Do you understand what I'm getting at? We had a fence that was put into compliance. You took that down, put up another one without a permit because of this issue. Very much I can see this going back and forth until we're looking at a 30-foot concrete wall, which sorry, you understand what I'm
Is there a
saying?
question?
May I take a
Yes.
shot at that one? So the cameras that you're talking about up high, they're policies that they're pointed down. And so these cameras that my parents are speaking about are kind of placed at this height and they look straight. And so that's kind of the difference. Obviously, straight cameras looking at everybody else doesn't match policy or privacy. Cameras that you're speaking about way up high, policies they point down. And I think if that were to happen, then the appropriate response probably expected by this council would be to get bylaw or other individuals involved to assist in a rational and reasonable solution.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, I understand that. And then going back to my friend Councilor Gerlach's question. So this building, as we see on page number 57, the backside is against your fence and the door opens away into your property?
Into our property, yes,
Okay,
into our property, yeah.
okay, thank you.
Counselor Holland, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I don't know if this can be answered either, but I'm going to try. With regards to the cameras and the breach of privacy that you're feeling, has a civil case been created or complaint been made with the RCMP to handle those particular concerns, considering that's not much that a council can really
Trying to
do?
Stay on the subject, right?
Yes.
There is a bylaw, a surveillance camera bylaw that, and we've had this addressed before, but there's been, it hasn't been enforced at all. And the bylaw officer has been involved with these things before, but they continue to exist. You know, the cameras are placed, and I have a binder full of pictures showing where the cameras are and how invasive they are.
Thank you. I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
If there are no further questions, we should let the county respond, and then we'll circle back to additional questions as they arise. Director Wilkinson, would you like to respond on behalf of the county?
This part of my report won't be a response. It's just my presentation, I guess. So on June 19th, these two orders were issued to the owners of lot 10. The first order is in reference to the building, and also then the second one is in reference to the fence. I'm going to speak to the first order first. So in the land use bylaw, they have to have a minimum side yard setback of 1.5 meters. And the following development shall not, so I've referenced in my report, the sections of the land use bylaw that apply to this. This parcel is 0.18 acres in size, so it's quite a small parcel. The accessory building is clearly not in compliance with the land use bylaw. And so that's why the compliance order in that case was written. The second order is in reference to the fence. So again, I've referenced in my report there the section of the land use bylaw that it references. And then the discussion on this piece, so I did put a timeline in my report there, so I'm just going to go over that a little bit. So in January 2021, we found that the fence was exceeding the height. We engaged with the landowners on a couple of times, and then they applied for a variance. That variance was refused by Municipal Planning Commission. And then they appealed that refusal, and then SDAB upheld the decision. So the recommendation in both cases to council is that they confirm the order with a new date for compliance.
Does council have any questions or points of clarification they'd like to ask the director? I'll start maybe just to confirm, Director, can you just, was there a development permit requested on the building and refused, or was there not requested?
The building, we haven't seen an application for the building itself.
Other questions from council? Or points of clarification? None. Councilor Gerlich? Questions? No. After presentations, there's an opportunity to provide closing remarks. So I'm just going to ask one more time from council for any questions or clarifications you'd like from either of the parties. Seeing none, does anyone feel Councilor Gerlich, Councilor Cromwell, floor is yours.
Thank you. And I know it's been asked and perhaps I wasn't paying attention properly. That building, it is used for storage. It is not an outhouse.
That's
Okay. All right. Just wanted to double clarify that. Thank you.
Councilor Holland.
Thank you. And I appreciate your patience with me as I just went to find that information with regards to the surveillance equipment, which is in the land use bylaw 9.14. Has that been addressed?
No.
It has not been addressed?
No.
And you have put in complaints to bylaw?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that.
So we've heard today that the building is, I think I heard 17 or 18 inches from the property line. So have you moved it since this picture was taken that's in our agenda?
Yeah.
So is the fence 17 or 18 inches from the property line?
The fence is built on our property in its entirety.
Okay, that's just what I wanted to understand. Thank you. Are there any other further comments, questions, or points of clarification? Seeing none, the closing remarks can be provided first by the county and secondly by the appellant or your representative. Director Wilkinson, do you have any closing remarks on behalf of the county?
I don't have much to add.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Swerhoon, the floor is yours. Or Mrs. Swerhoon.
The thing is that we didn't apply for a development permit for this building because it's less than 100 square feet. And you don't have to apply for a building permit for a building that is less than 100 square feet. The other thing is that this building is movable and it is constructed of steel. And with the fence provides a great deal of privacy and it provides security. And I'm aware that it is violating the 6.2 bylaw. With the accessory building, I wasn't aware that you had to have your accessory buildings 4.9 feet away from the property line. The buildings in our neighborhood are often right up along the property line. Their accessory buildings are. And so we were just doing what other people do, was place their accessory building alongside the fence line so that their yard area is larger. The fence is important. It reduces the tension and the interaction between people. And I think it's very important that the council appreciate how we are trying to make this all work. We are trying very, very hard. We have invested a great deal of money trying to make it all work.
If I can just jump in one last moment, specifically speaking about the fence one more time. Kind of being a little bit of a outside party, having a relationship with everyone on both sides. I've seen the benefit of this. And so if this fence isn't in compliance, if there is no way that the council can see the human benefit and honestly, probably the first olive branch in a number of years to try and take steps forward to mitigating, reducing this disagreement and creating an environment that's noticeably better for everybody involved, both sides. I know that when I come up, Jenny and I wave to each other, we smile. There's I don't witness any conflicts between two emboldened parties. My parents are happier. And so my request to the council, because I don't know all the rules admittedly, if there's nothing that you can do to help support this step forward in this situation, can you please help us or help me be this conduit to push this forward in a better way? Because like, not even for the benefit of my parents or not even the benefit of Jennifer, who I actually get along with, make it for the benefit for those that are around, their children, also Jennifer's nieces and nephews who I'm friendly with still. It makes a big difference for everybody. So if you can't help us in this situation, help me help this situation in another situation. That's my request for you guys. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next moments, I guess, I think, why don't we take a 2-minute break? I just want to double check a couple procedural things, if that's reasonable to everybody. So let's come back at, well, let's make it 7 minutes. 7, I know 7's the number. We'll come back at 1:45 on that clock. It is, it's 10:45. I'd like to reconvene the July 25th, 2024 Athabasca County Council meeting. It's a good thing that's written down. We are at the point where council would choose to deliberate on the motion. Council Mins.
I would like to move to go into closed session under 17.1.
Okay, Council Mins has made a motion to deliberate in closed session under section 17.1 of the FOIP Act. Any discussion? Seeing none on the question of the adoption of that motion, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. All members In terms of tabling this to follow up the discussion, all those in favor? 9-0, that motion is adopted. Thanks, Lexi, while we wait for the delegation to come in, why don't you introduce your friend? Counselor Hall? Welcome, Maya. Thank you for joining us. Well, we'll change that. Sure.
Before we start, Maya, would you like to tell us what you're taking in university? Guy Pierce.
Ms. Farndon. I'd start off with my apologies on the delay in starting the presentation. We're in an engaging debate, and we're glad that you're here to join us. It's always a pleasure to see you and to hear about the good work of STARS. Just in the interest of time, I know that you are very familiar with all of our council and administrative team, and so we're going to dispense with the introductions and just give you the floor. Thank you again.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to see each one of you. I really do. And it seems like it's been extra special this year, you know, because I've had the opportunity to bring you some further information about helipads as well in May. And now here I am again to bring you your annual update. So really awesome. Thank you. So we'll just get started. Like next year, STARS is going to be celebrating 40 years of serving Albertans. More than 60,000 missions have been flown to date. So, and all because, you know, as we have maintained being a charitable entity in order to ensure that whoever needs STARS has that opportunity. As we go forward, then our main goal and mandate is to provide critical care anywhere. So I'm sure that all of you have heard, you know, in the last few weeks that we had a great announcement with Alberta Health Services at our Calgary base with the minister that we have signed a 10-year affiliation agreement with Alberta Health Services for the block funding of $15 million per year. So that's really going to provide us a great sustainability piece as we move forward. It still leaves us just under $28 million that must be fundraised each year. Of that, netting roughly $10 million net each year, the STARS lottery. We're a very respected lottery that's been ongoing for almost 30 years. And being able to generate that kind of support, especially from Albertans, really is key that, you know, they know and understand what STARS does, what STARS is able to provide for them. So this year it was $10.7 million net that we were able to raise. So that comes off of that, leaving us with about $18 million must be fundraised each year. Of that, municipalities are a key aspect with our municipal program that you're a part of. And so that's generating, we're just at about $2.2 million per year that's generated from that, as well as many long-term corporate supporters and long-term events, some that have been over 30 years that are actually represented on the helicopter as well. So it is a team effort across our province that we continue to have this wonderful support. So here's where we're at with our lovely sea of green map across Alberta as well into northeastern BC. Everywhere that you see green represents a rural supporter of STARS, so all municipal districts and counties. So you can see there's just a handful left that are in white, shown in white as current non-supporters, but I do have requests in front of each of these councils. So we are hopeful to really unite the entire province. So we're at about 94% now in united partnership. The yellow boxes represent the regional leaders. So we're at about 75% across the entire province that are regional leaders, meaning that they are at a minimum $2 per capita rate and that they are on a fixed rate. So they have basically upped to the nearest dollar as a fixed rate so that we won't see fluctuation when they have census changes. As well, now that they are also building regional partnerships. So they're helping us for me, especially to reach out to towns and villages that lie within their boundaries and ask them to join their counties in support of STARS annually. So the red, there's 16 in total. The red little stars now, those represent all of the counties and municipal districts, including into northeastern BC, that have unanimous support from every town and village that lies within their boundaries. So it is, continues to be a united effort, but together we are ensuring that we all have access to robust health and safety network. So within Athabasca County, up to June 30th of this year, so a half of a year, statistic wise, these represent missions actually flown within your county area. So you're averaging on an overall average of missions that are flown within your boundaries, 23 missions per year. So almost twice a month we are here in one capacity or another. 50%, 7%, it leans a little bit more heavier on the interfacility transfers because a lot of scene calls will be generated where ground ambulance will respond, take that patient to the nearest hospital, whether it is Boyle or it's Athabasca, and because it is of a critical nature, STARS is still called. So overall, there's been 7 missions so far this year, up to June 30th of this year. Any questions on that? Okay.
Councillor
Oh,
Holt.
actually, not on this one, but on the slide prior. If we may go back one,
Yeah.
I'm just catching up with all the boxes and whatnot. And I noticed, of course, Athabasca is listed there, but Athabasca County is not, which is separate from the town, I would imagine. And,
This is representing Athabasca County.
oh, it is Athabasca County. Okay, so,
Yeah, because this is representing all of the rural sector. So
Oh.
counties and MDs, there are towns and villages within some of those with the yellow boxes that are either they are partnering with their county, or the yellow boxes also represent that all of those are at a minimum $2 per capita or higher.
okay, and I believe we are a $2 per capita. That's why I was curious about the box. Yeah.
Sorry, we did move to that at the last
Yeah.
budget, so that was, I think, something that the county didn't communicate outward to STARS.
Oh, I see.
Yes, when we get to the last slide, I did not receive that information,
Oh.
which is why I still had it the way it is.
So we
So-
will get a lovely gold box.
Yes.
Gold shot? No.
Absolutely. And then we'll work towards the star as well, when I
Oh,
can
that's
start to
fantastic.
work with some of the towns and villages.
Thank you.
Okay. So this is an update now to that postal code project that I told you about that had been 10 years in the making. As an update for last year, for a full year, there has been 5 residents flown within Athabasca County boundaries. 4 had postal code from Athabascan area, which would also include any of your rural residents that may possess that postal code, and 1 from Boyle area. Overall, since 2010, we are at 226 residents now that have been flown by STARS that lie within Athabasca County boundaries. Now, on the right-hand side represents the listings across the bottom, represent all the different locations where these 226 residents were flown. So let's have a zoomed-in view here. Of the 226 area residents, you see Athabasca County outlined in blue of your county boundaries. Now look at all of the red dots all over everywhere else, even in the bottom at Manitoba. 183 of these 226 residents were picked up somewhere within Athabasca County. 43 of these residents were picked up in 22 other locations across 2 provinces, Alberta and Manitoba. 4 different STARS bases have served your residents that lie within your boundary areas. Accidents and illness do not happen just because you're close to home. And this is testament and proof of that when you look at all of the areas where people were not at home when they needed STARS. STARS is much more than rapid transport now. Our Emergency Link Center is integrated with all dispatch centers and resources, utilizing GIS mapping coordinates in order to help locate a patient as well. Now that we are the dedicated critical care provider in Alberta, so we are also mandated by Alberta Health Services that we dispatch HALO and HERO responses for both northern and southern Alberta. More than 36,000 emergency requests, just over 100 per day, are received through the Emergency Link Center. Now with our transport physicians, they are available 24/7, and they provide all critical care medical and procedural guidance on every critical patient. So regardless of the mode of transport, whether they go by ground ambulance, rotary wing, or fixed wing, it is our transport physicians providing all of that medical oversight. As well, we are now able to save precious time on both ends of the mission. While we are en route to get a patient, let's say from Athabasca Hospital, for example, STARS transport physicians are in contact with your medical professionals to provide medical and procedural guidance. As well, if we determine, or even for a scene call, if we determine that this patient is a trauma patient, for example, that may need to have neurosurgery, well, they're on the phone in the background while we're en route with the patient. They are scheduling the neurosurgeon. They're scheduling the cardiac cath lab, the mandatory CAT scanner for a stroke patient. All these things are happening simultaneously in the background. So once we arrive with the patient, that patient can now bypass emergency, go directly into trauma surgery or whatever the case may be that's necessary for that patient. So again, we are involved in so many other aspects of critical care behind the scenes, as well as physically with the patient. Also now we are still working on this pilot project of virtual care, and being able to utilize small iPad with an encrypted secure link, where now that we'll be able to, we're still working with Alberta Health Services and hoping to roll this out to more of the rural hospitals in the opportunity of virtual care. So if the helicopter might be out on another mission, does not mean that they do not have access to critical care. The rural residents and the rural physicians and nurses through virtual care. We can still guide them because we can see the patient. They can show our transport physicians in the Emergency Link Center. They can provide that critical care as well. So this is just another way of utilizing the latest in technology and advancement as we move forward through the years. STARS is known to be an innovative leader around the world. We were the very first civilian organization in Canada for night vision goggles more than 20 years ago. More than 50% of our call volume is always at night. So this is essential in being able to save lives. Universal Blood on Board. We were the very first helicopter EMS program in North America to bring this life-saving measure. That's been more than 10 years ago now. Always carried 2 units of universal blood. Now we've had the opportunity to increase that to 4 units. We work very closely with the Canadian Blood Institute to ensure, there has been a bit of blood shortage as well. So taking that into account. But when we do get patient information that we know we're going for a severe trauma patient, maybe amputation, something like that, that we can bring extra blood. Also, a brand new Canadian first. This was trialed in September, in Saskatchewan last year, and it only has just been approved last October in Alberta. So brand new news of the new massive hemorrhage protocol. So it's 2 different blood products that we can provide for any patient that is going to require more than 2 units of blood. So then we can add these to reverse anticoagulation and promote blood clotting before we can give the other 2 units of blood when those patients need 4 units of blood. So this is another Canadian first. So we continue to try and stay on top of the game and advance the best in critical care. The International Air Medical Transport Conference, I've spoke to you about this before, is the fact that, this is worldwide competition, very rigorous competition where they bring together teams of 2 from different helicopter EMS programs around the world to compete in this rigorous competition. We've always held our own internal competition to identify a team of 2 from each one of our 6 bases that will all come together at one location. Each base has an opportunity to host one every 6 years. And so this year it was Grand Prairie. We had our opportunity to host the final competition to identify who is going to represent STARS on the international stage. We recreated an actual case from a few years ago on the Wapiti River. It was a riverboat accident. They hit a bridge. There was 5 different patients on the boat. Then the boat had floated downstream to the opposite side of the river, landed on a big log jam where there was no sandbar to land the helicopter. So we actually had to hover exit our crew onto the boat to assess the patients, found a sandbar to land the helicopter. Every single resource that was involved in the actual incident also was involved in our training session that we had just last month on the Wapiti River. So there was RCMP, ground ambulance, STARS, MD of Greenview Fire and Rescue, technical search and rescue, conservation officers, and Fish and Wildlife were all involved in this, in helping us to offload patients that we could get them, utilizing the technical search and rescue riverboat to get them to the ground ambulance that was waiting, and then assess the 2 critical patients that we ended up flying as well. So it was an amazing day on the river. It's unbelievable. It just totally brought me to tears when you're watching this competition going on and all the different things that are happening. And we had to do this 6 times for 6 different teams. So it was the Regina base this year that they won the opportunity, and will be going in October to represent STARS on the international stage. This competition, we have participated 21 years straight now. We have taken first place internationally 7 years, and we have placed top 3 in the world all 21 years. We are bringing your residents the highest level of critical care available in Alberta. So in closing, I want to say thank you very much for continuing to stand by our side and being partnered with STARS. I want to thank you for your current support, and the fact that I apologize that I did not receive the information and was not aware that you had increased your support to I believe, $14,000 per year for 2 years for your council term. So as we move forward, I'll probably be asking you next year then to see whether or not we can land on a fixed rate of support that we would really appreciate if you would follow a lot of that 75% that you saw in the yellow boxes, that we would be a part of a regular line item in your budget rather than a multi-year pledge that goes from year to year, because then there's council changes and things, and sometimes there's significant fluctuation there. And our mission rate is not going down. So that really does give us that sustainability piece, just like having that 10-year agreement with Alberta Health Services now. We're trying to grow that 75% of those yellow boxes to be a line item in your budget each year. So more to come on that, but thank you again. We greatly appreciate your support. We're averaging 10 missions per day across our 6 bases. So literally a life is saved every day. But it's partnership that has made that possible, going on 40 years. And you've been a key part of that. So with that, I would like to offer you a small token of our appreciation for our continued partnership that's well into 2 decades. And would like to present you a new plaque with the new helicopter, and hope that you will be proud to show your residents that you are doing something very special for their health and safety and for future generations here in Athabasca County.
Thank you.
And I would like to ask if we could have a photo opportunity.
Let's come to the front.
I'm doing a lot of
With council. Grab the rest of council, come on up, this is a joint effort. Come over here, Gary. On the front, go ahead. Thank you.
I'm taller.
Cameras this way, you're.
The glare on my head.
Perfect.
No, it's not us.
Yes, well, show this photo because it has all of the partners.
Yeah, okay.
Great.
It's natural on scene.
That's
Thank you. Thank you.
That's so nice.
Put it there for now. And I'm sure the CEO will, oh, there's somebody here who has a picture hanger, I know. Council, we usually take a minute and ask questions of Glenda. Do you have any questions you want to follow up on our presentation with Council Cromwell or Gerlich? On the right, on the left, Councillor Holland?
Thank you so much again for coming and being with us here today, and the wonderful work that STARS does. Is all we can say is thank you. The gratitude is huge.
Thank you.
Councillor Gerlich?
Yeah, I think that sometimes the number of calls that we have in this area is really irrelevant to the big picture, because as citizens of the province, we all should be sticking together to provide a service that everybody right across the province benefits from. So seeing the statistics is to me somehow a little bit irrelevant, because it's the purpose that it serves, and it serves everybody.
Oh, thanks.
And we should participate on behalf of our citizens in this constituency.
Thank you. I did neglect to say too, you know, when we're looking at the mission stats that happen within Athabasca County, but it does not mean like there'll be even up to hundreds of calls and requests that came from your hospitals where we are still providing critical care, even though we didn't respond, or we sent a different response, whether it was to coordinate for fixed wing or, you know, ground ambulance or rendezvous, but doesn't mean that our transport physicians are not providing critical care. And I would like to pass on as well. I was in Sandy Lake yesterday to meet with MD of Opportunity. They've been, like yourselves, a long-term supporter as well. And they did want to pass on gratitude and thanks, because I was telling them about working with you in order to get the fuel cash replacement there at the airport now, which also benefits their residents, especially when we lost the fuel at Wabascop and not being able to, now we can reach there again. So I did impress upon them that that is, you know, a great united partnership with bordering neighbors, right? And that's benefiting their residents. So they do offer their gratitude for that.
And every seems to me every patient that's transported by STARS also keeps a ground ambulance in service for someone else. And in rural areas. I know some of us heard Rob Barone speak the other day, and when those ambulances leave town, there's not always another one sitting here waiting when it takes off to move someone to the city. So I think, to me, it's especially important.
Absolutely.
If there are no further questions, well, thank you for the photo and for the work you do for us.
Well, it's a pleasure to work with each one of you, believe me. And the brand new next year's calendar is out, the 40th anniversary. There's going to be, have a look at it. There's lots of different details in there over the 40 years, so quite interesting. So we brought you a couple of the new calendars. They are available online, but please pass this on to your fire department because we really love them. They are instrumental in being able to help us.
We'll make sure Chief Shalapai gets that.
Okay, thanks
Thank
so
you.
much. Great to see you. Thank you.
And again, I appreciate your patience on the late start.
No worries. No.
Council. Do we want to return to 7.1? Let's, I'm gonna say for personal reasons, let's take a break till 1:45 just to recharge coffees and then we'll reconvene and try to wrap that 7.1 up before lunch. Before we do recess, Councillor Cromwell, are you willing to move? We enter closed again?
So moved.
On the question of the adoption of the motion to return to closed session, all those in favor? Opposed? Count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. We're,
I've been so distracted by.
So let's open the door. We should open the doors and make sure if the reporters want to see the vote, they're able to. Did they? We'll just double check and then we'll vote and break for lunch. Just as a procedural, okay. So Councillor Cromwell, did you want to state your motion? Or do you want me to state it for you? The wording I wrote down was to uphold and confirm the compliance order,
With the date of August 14th, 2020.
and this is related to the accessory building.
Correct.
Okay, so Councillor Cromwell has moved to uphold and confirm the compliance order and substitute a date of August 14th, 2024 related to the accessory building. All those in favor? Opposed? The count is 8-1 and the motion is adopted. Councillor Mins has made a motion to uphold and confirm the compliance order regarding the fence with a substituted date of August 14th, 2024. All those in favor? Opposed? The count is 5-4 and the motion is adopted. Let's break for lunch. Is everybody okay with 20 minutes to try to get out of here at a reasonable time? Yeah. So 12:30, I'm going to start. Hey, Jordan, you can turn the mics on and. It is 12:30 and I'd like to reconvene the July 25th, 2024 Athabasca County Council meeting. All of council is present. We are returning to item 6.2, which was tabled in order to address a time-bound delegation. The motion on the floor, as a reminder, is the recommended motion that council approve those capital projects, keep sealing on as identified in your agenda, engineering, and that they bring back a list of hard surfacing projects ranked based on our policy. I think no one had spoken to it, but I'm going to open the floor to the CAO.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, before you broke for the delegation, I think there was a question about CBFF
Yes.
and some financing, what was included in budget, what we could use it for. So I've asked Mr. Imtiaz to bring in those sections of the adopted bylaw. He's going to hand out those pages, or we will hand out those pages. And then it'll show which projects we've got for that, but there's a fair bit of flexibility in the grants, fair bit.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, this is. Sorry, this is Canada Community Building Funds, right? CCBF. And so on the second page, we've got some money there. Okay. Did you want to speak to it any more, CAO?
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I would point out is whatever we decide to do, we're running out of room on the MSI, I think. There's a deadline for us to use the remaining MSI. So we would tell you that. We would warn you if for some reason you can't pick a project, we'll come back and say, let's do this project, because I thought it was this year was the last of MSI. After that, can't leave it on the table. It's gone.
So it's eligible for the projects that are currently recommended?
Yep. But we've got some in here that are up for discussion that use some MSI, just so you know that.
Speak to the motion, Councilor Cromwell. You look like you have a thought you want to share. Let's open the floor for discussion.
I'll let Councillor Wallach go first while I compile my thought.
Sorry, Councilor Wallach.
I guess, so for clarification that, I guess to Councillor Mins, maybe the CCBF funding, what are you looking for? Like how much or what? What's the point?
It looks like in there it's $1 million, right? Yeah. That's what I was looking for, is how much do we get on the, how much funding do we get there? And it's $1 million, so. That's what my question was. Now, I guess we can discuss where we want to put it. And it can actually go to bridges and stuff like that, so. It can go to bridges and stuff like that. So what I was gonna say is or another question that I had, if I may, is just regarding the LPAC bridge. Any more information regarding that of where we're sitting?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we've been working on that file the last week. Even had a meeting with LPAC this morning, a Zoom meeting. Really at best case scenario, it's too late in the year. We can't tender and build anything in 24 anyways. It's really a 25 project. And so we've reviewed that with our bridge engineers. It's not imminently going to fail in the next year. So we could do some things that can repair the deck a little bit, do some crack sealing, do some patching, and we'll get through to 2025. But we really have to start thinking about it as a 2025 project and bite the bullet. And if it involves the province, that's great. Otherwise, it's got to be done.
I would be willing to make a motion regarding that we make that an actual project. Just due to the fact of getting that bridge to decent working order.
Not, there is a motion on the floor, but like
Yeah.
subsequent follow.
Later on, you betcha, because we can't just say because the province isn't gonna help us out that we should let that go again. Let's look at the Lesser Slave River and their Smith Bridge, 70 million, if not more, that they're looking for, and the province isn't budging, and they're not gonna budge for us. They're not. It's if we need to do maintenance on these bridges. That's proven fact, so. That's. The Cape Seal, regarding the Cape Seal. My understanding, that's got the soil cement portion in there too also, so that's a great thing. If we need to, due to mobilization of the equipment in that, if it makes it easier to do one job, you know, we can discuss that instead of doing two different locations, do one location and do a bigger stretch. Then
Director, do you want to just speak to that?
Through the chair to Councillor Mins, yes, there will be extra mobilization costs if you do both areas. There are two proposed at the airport, one to the airport and then one continuing on going north, which is a heavy traffic road in the same way you suggested Greenleaf is. So if you wanted to do just the one location, then the recommendation would be the airport.
Is there a reason just then to, like, is the mobilization a significant issue that we should take into account in terms of cost and hassle and?
Yes, Mr. Chair, mobilization is always a large portion of projects, and the area up by Greenleaf is not a very large span to be done. So the mobilization would be a large portion of that cost. So.
Councilman's floor remains yours.
Yeah, so what I was thinking is if we say take that section of road off by Greenleaf and put on the road, what would it be, the township road going into the airport? What is that, 400 meters, 300 meters? And then if we're gonna want to do a mile, then we do 1,300 meters to the north on the Range Road.
And both, from the way the motion's written, both the one running on Township Road 682 along the south side of the airport, looks like that's part of it.
No,
Yeah.
not 682, no, it's
No.
what would that be?
It says 682 in here.
Yeah, 682 is up in the mill. Going,
So Range
yeah,
Road
going north of the
195
airport,
and-
that's a Range Road. From the asphalt north is Range Road. Yeah. Yeah. And it'd be the township road going into the
664.
airport.
664.
That would be a much better desired area. So, plus the other thing, again, I go back to having it close to Athabasca. In more people will look at it instead of putting it up in, you know, they'll go out there and see how this process is done and how it holds up, and it's much better to monitor than throwing it up in the middle of nowhere and going from there. So that would be my suggestion. I don't know if we need a motion to do that. Because if we do, I'll do that.
So you want to amend the motion to delete the portion of the half mile near Greenleaf?
Yeah. Okay.
Or, Mr. Chairman, just before you do that, like perhaps we just we'll issue RFPs And we'll do as much as we can do with the, what if it's a hungry market and we can do it all.
No.
So why don't we just issue it, but the budget is what it is. We'll do as much as we can. How's that? But the first one that gets dropped is that one. So you've got a motion, it's fine. We would just seek RFPs from somebody. There's a chance we won't even get any respondents. It's getting late in the year, so.
Okay, so Councilman, I haven't repeated your amendment, so we're
good.
we're good. Okay,
No, we're good. I think everybody's on the understanding of what we're trying to do there.
okay. Counselor, I think I had Counselor Holland on deck and then Counselor Anderson, Capitanic Anderson.
Thank you. With regards to the price that we're sitting at for the Collinton Bridge, the replacement, with the funds that we've already put towards it for engineering and whatnot, I know we have 2.136 in this particular request for decision, and in the budget, it's 2.127, but I believe the last meeting it was 1.4 was left over. Can we get what we have left to pay for if we were to place the Colton Bridge? Because we already put money towards it. So yeah, I've just got different figures, trying to figure out which ones belong.
Through the chair to Councillor Holland, the money you've allocated previously in council was for the engineering of the removal, not the engineering of a new bridge. So the number in front of you is the budgeted number for new bridge and replacement.
Thank you.
Counselor Capitanic.
And is there the ability to use MSI funding for any of those bridge, or that bridge project? Anything on that bridge project?
Through the chair to Councillor Capitanic, we can apply for MSI for engineering, yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Cromwell, floor is yours.
Thank you. You all know what I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna ask if there's any way, any appetite that we can add the Monden connector for our hard surfacing and get it done. We have funding source for up to $1 million, leaving that project at 2.6. Our unrestricted surplus, as on page 21 of your financial statement, is 21.478 million. We have the funds to get it done, and I will repeat, this is a very good time to get that project done. I am confident that it is very high and perhaps not the highest when we get that report back, but we do have the time to get that project completed, or began rather.
Well, I think this one probably, unless there's objections, we probably want to come around a couple times, so I'll just keep trying, but try to make sure everybody gets through once first.
Yeah, I I like the motion. I like the bringing back the rate ranking from the policy before we move ahead with any financing for anything. So yeah, I think the motion is good. I think we should move forward with these things and get moving on projects.
Okay, Councilor Chamzik, thoughts? Mike?
Well, I do like the idea of getting the connector done, but I mean, really sitting down and looking where our budget is that first is most important. I'm gonna need some time to think about it.
Councilor Anderson, you haven't spoken.
I'd just like to clarify, I think in the motion, the reference to Township Road 682 is supposed to be Township Road 664.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Okay, thank you.
So there's no objection to the administrative fix of putting 664 instead of 682 on that motion, which is what we were talking about. Councilor Graylock, you after dinner now? Any comments?
We're just wondering about the possibility, Councilor Mins brought up the idea of probably that road bypass. As opposed to construction of the bridge at Colton. Just wondering where, if that was going anywhere.
We had that came to a vote at committee of the whole and council declined to even consider. So that's,
Right there?
I can't remember. So I think that was going nowhere. I think I mean, so I'll speak to this to start with, I guess, and say that I think it's important we figure out some projects. I think it's critical that like we have a defendable way to explain how we choose stuff. We have a policy and I like that the motion tells admin to rank these projects and bring them back to us based on a way that's transparent and equitable and not, based on anything other than an objective ranking criteria and adhering to a policy that's in place. And I mean, I'm disappointed that we didn't see that list sooner as part of the project, but we are where we are. And so I think in order to move ahead, it still would make the most sense for us to see that list of priorities. And so that we make sure we're making the right decision. We're talking about spending a lot of money and to do it in a way that's fair and equitable makes sense to me.
I definitely agree with that. I'd like to see a list. For many years, there's been talk of a list. And I know that I've had questions from one specific person on Tower Road, and I hate to bring another road to the conversation, but for many, many years, we've heard that road was on a list. And I don't know if that is the case or not, because before we sat in these chairs, how would we know? So just another community that has questions, just not even specifically, are we going to get it or when we're going to get it, but is it even being considered? And so a list of priorities would then answer questions for everyone in the districts, different districts where there are roads that could potentially benefit from paving.
Councillor Holland, you had waved a minute ago. Did you want the floor again?
It was actually answered, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Everybody's been around once. Is there an appetite to add further comment, or are we ready for the question on the motion? Is there anything more to add that would add value? Floor is yours.
Just through the chair to administration, if we pass this motion, do we use our MSI rate?
Through the chair, to Councillor Mins for clarification, do we use it or will we use it all?
Yeah, will we use it all?
We're quite confident that we can utilize all of the MSI this year.
Thank you.
So if you're ready for the question is on the adoption of the motion to approve the following capital projects to commence in the 2024 capital year. Cape Sealing on the road north of Highway 55 adjacent to the airport, which is Township Road 664, and on Road Township, is that the Township Road by Greenleaf? Anyway, to the airport. We'll make sure we record that. By 683. What so 683? I think so. Okay, so the council approves the following capital projects in the 2024 year. Cape Sealing on the road north of Highway 55 adjacent to the airport, which is Township 664. And I think we said also the range road on that was we're doing the range. The motion was to do across the base of the airport. 221. Okay, so just without reading the motion, then it's the road south of the airport, which is Range Road, Township Road 664. And the one on the west side of the airport, which is Range Road 221. And then 683, which is the township road that runs past Greenleaf Fuels. So the administration will work toward getting those done. So the approves the following capital projects to commence in the 2024 year: cape sealing on the road north of Highway 55 and adjacent to the airport, which is Range Road 221, and across south of the airport, Township Road 664, and west of Range Road 195, adjacent to Greenleaf Fuels, which is Township Road 683. Also for engineering for replacement of bridge file 13833 in Collinton. And further that council directed Min to compile a list of capital hard surfacing projects for a 5-year capital plan to be brought back to the 2025 budget deliberation based on the priority rankings of policy 3243. Any on the question of the adoption of that motion? All those in favor? Opposed? The count is 7-2 and the motion is adopted. Councillor Mins, did you want to talk about the Alpac Bridge for 2025? I think we've already identified it as a priority project, but
Yeah, I don't know if we need an actual motion, through the chair to administration. Do we need an actual motion to say that we want that, or?
I thought we identified that in minutes already.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, actually, the person that I was speaking with at Alpac wished to take it back to his management group and have a review, so I think we'd probably have another motion for you before we go into budget deliberations, so maybe at the August meeting.
You're happy? The next item of business on the agenda, 7.2, Councillor Holland. I'm gonna vary, unless there's objection from the floor, vary from our normal path of asking for a motion and really because this is first time we've seen this, just open the floor for discussion unless someone at the table objects. But you put it on the table, go ahead. Are there any questions on the report?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to point out, thanks to Mr. Imtiaz and Director Ambley for putting this together. This is our first attempt with our new software, Questica. So we're not all there yet. We'll just admit it. It's going to take some playing to get to where we feel is a good, adequate report for council. So this is the first one using Questica. So it doesn't do everything that we need, but they're going to continue working on it until it gives the information that council deserves. Let's put it that way.
And I'll point out that you have identified that it's not fully populated and that we've got data to June 17th, which and we've talked about this at some others who've sat with me in other committee meetings will have heard me sort of object to mid-period financial statements because you end up with an improper matching. You get some expenses that are already coded, but certain other things that occur only at the end of the month that aren't in. So it can have a tendency to distort a little bit. And so just so that we're all aware that some things that you would think would be regular and should be at exactly 50% by the end of June won't necessarily reflect that in here because this is as of the middle of June. And that could be payments to the Waste Commission or similar bodies. I felt like there were a few places in here where some things maybe I feel like they're miscoded where, some items are 5,000% of budget and the next one is at 0 and it just looks like where it's landing. So I'm not going to personally grill you on those things because I know that'll get fixed. And so since I have the floor and I'll keep on with that, I don't have a lot of other questions for you. I appreciate that this is the first go and I look forward to us seeing, for me, this on a more regular basis and it becoming more useful so that we can use it to assess where we are and how we're doing. The example I kind of had a note on was protective services. I'm guessing some of this the overage in contracted services relates to the police funding model. That's on page 75. We're six, and I have to I misspoke earlier. I said 5,000%. It's only 591%. I don't want that in the paper. 5,000% over budget.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, it's just a matter of miscoding and we just have to work on it internally between departments and how we are coding all invoices. But moving forward, I think you'll see a much better report and better percentages with variances.
It's forward progress. Thank you for the work you've got so far, and I know how much work that can be to change systems. Councillor Holland, you had your hand up, and then Councillor Minns.
Thank you so much. And I echo, I appreciate all the effort that's going into this. It's huge. I understand the job is massive, so thank you so much for all the work you're putting into it. I like to see personally just a bit more detail. And so I'm curious whenever I see, I believe it's on page 70, and of course, within regards to every other the general ledger account, but the code 2990 other, and it's at 71.34%. What is other?
Could I just add a clarification? So when that column is a high number, it means they're under budget.
Okay, but I'm still curious what other
Okay,
is.
no, okay, but just so we like.
Got it. Thank you.
At least on
So
the expense.
usually, we have a generic set of accounts that you can see starting with like goods and supplies, equipment, transportation, salaries and wages, but then there's some other would be the less common accounts that we don't usually use. So one-off type of items would usually go in other.
Okay.
I can look specifically into this one particularly and see what's coded in there for 61,000. Just give me a couple minutes and I can look in the budget and I can get back to you right
I
away.
appreciate that. Yeah, no, whenever you have time, that's great. And just with the quick follow-up, if I may,
yours.
the 2210 transportation and comms. Can we get a bit of description of what that is, please?
So usually that would be internet or telephone/cell phone.
Okay, and but transportation and comms? Like,
Yeah, it's just, I would ignore the transportation in this case.
that's one of
It's
those-
just a generic, per the MGA, like our accounts just follow what the legislation says the accounts should be. So
Oh,
that's the order that we kind of set them up with. So just because it says transportation and communication doesn't necessarily, I guess what I would do going forward, I'll break these out a bit more so you can see what's exactly in them. Because I can break out each account into further sub accounts, so you can see what exactly the breakdown is. Here, there is no transportation and there's just usually communications, which is telephone or internet.
Councillor
Perfect.
Holland,
Thank
because
you
this
very
is sort of our first time seeing this, would
Absolutely.
you find it okay if we asked maybe at a committee of the whole meeting for just a presentation
Right.
where Mr. MTS can say, let's get into each of these and
Yeah.
because I have a feeling that once we start seeing them regularly, we'll look at that and go, I got that. I know what's in there and we're good. So I've got Councillor Minns, Chamzik, Wallach in that order.
Thanks. I won't be long because you pretty well answered my question. Because there was about 3 questions on contracted services. So through what you're looking at is more of where it's actually coded to. And that to bring it back into.
Yeah, it's just a matter of you'll see, I'll give just a example of even if you look at the fire protection, you'll see how the goods and supplies were budgeted $4,850, yet we have almost 80,000
Yeah.
there. But if you look just under it, you'll see equipment, machine and vehicle supplies, which is budgeted 172,900. We only have 14,000 sitting in there. So it's just a matter of where they should have been allocated to the proper account to equipment, machine and vehicle supplies, but majority is being coded to goods and supplies. So it's just a matter of educating some of the staff too, so they can understand the difference between what should be coded as goods and supplies and what should be coded as vehicle or equipment supplies, basically.
Yeah, and I remember trying to do some of this coding the old way and my filing cabinet over in Public Works was totally different numbers coming over here. And yeah, it was quite I tried to match that and it was like, holy man, it was way out of whack in my mind. Page 70 on the main, the beginning one. And I think you've probably answered that question with that construction and maintenance 2530 budget 70,000 2 million. So that's probably the same thing, right? Perfect.
To the chair to compliments, yes, that's exactly it. It's most likely, again, if you look at the equipment vehicle, equipment, machine and vehicle, it's budgeted for 2 million, yet there's only 465,000 sitting there. So it's just, yeah, and I will do a better job going forward of adjusting those before I present it to council.
Thank you. It's a big job. Thank you.
I had Councillor Chamzak next. It's really nice that it's not an Excel spreadsheet. I know. Councillor Chamzak, before.
Having to do books in the past and learn new geo codes, I know how unfun that can be. I was just wondering in the future, whenever at your convenience, we can just get better clarification between geo codes 230, 250 and 270, just so I have a better understanding of how things fit in. 250, 230, 250 and 270. Professional services, special services, contracted services, miscellaneous, contracted and general services. Thank you.
Welcome. Councillor Wallach, you're on deck.
Great job. I think council reads through the following pages, there are codes and it does break down what division those things are under. So I think there's a pretty good breakdown of what you've done. And if we look in our budget, we probably can find what all these things are.
Councillor Gerlich or Kapitanek, do you have questions? Councillor Holland, did you want to move a motion to accept the statements? Councillor Holland has made a motion to accept the financial statements to receive the financial statements as presented. On the question of the adoption of the motion to receive the statement as presented, all those in favor? Opposed? In favor? So we are 7-0 and the motion is adopted. Thank you for moving us beyond the Excel age, Director, to you and your team and see how. We have Councillor Mins, you wanted to make a motion regarding number 7.3.
Yeah, it's make the recommended right here first.
You're page 89.
I'll make the recommended motion.
So Councillor Mins has moved that council approve 25,000 to come from general reserves for building maintenance, office furniture and IT requirements for the main and mill administration building. The floor remains yours.
I guess, and hopefully I don't get beat down here. I'm just wondering if being that we're gonna have so much room over in here, and I know that there's so much less room over at the shop, are we gonna bring people back from over there to join administration here?
Through the chair to Councillor Mins, it hasn't been decided yet who will be doing what.
Okay, yeah, because I know that there's a real lack of space over there and another really good reason to get a new shop.
Since I've been on council, I've never been in that building.
Oh, I spent many years in that building.
Councillor Chamzak, the floor is yours.
I just have a question. These switches that that we're required to purchase, would they be similar to the 40 switches that are required for our county libraries as well?
Through the chair to Councillor Chamzak, I haven't looked at the technology in the libraries, so I'm unwilling to answer a yes or no.
Fair enough.
So,
Okay, thank
but
you.
switches are generally switches, so.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions on that one? Okay, on the question of the adoption of the motion, the council approved 25,000 to come from general reserve for building maintenance, office furniture and IT requirements for the main administration building. All those in favor? Opposed? The count is 8-0 and the motion is adopted.
And Mr. Chair, could I just add one thing?
Absolutely. Apologies
Should
for
have
not
just,
giving you a chance.
should have pointed it out during the item, but doesn't matter. From the earliest estimates we got from our consultants, we're expecting this to be about 100K. And so with Ms. Whaley working on it, she managed to get it down to a far more manageable number. So when she brought back the update, we were very happy.
I know these like internet switching is the ones I've paid for are surprisingly expensive and the scale that we run here, it would be I think you've done really well to get the cost down for Councilor Mins.
When was all the wiring removed? Can we use the same wiring here?
Through the chair to Councilor Mins, no, the wiring has remained. It's just a matter of patching in.
Yeah. We have 7.4. Councillor Holland, you wanted to make a motion regarding 7.4. That's on page 91.
I would like to actually pass a motion to donate through the CAO's discretion, the silent auction items for the kickboxing sponsorship request.
Oh, Councillor Holland has made a motion to donate some silent auction items to help with the, to donate some silent auction items to the kickboxing sponsorship request. So the motion is to donate silent auction items to the kickboxing sponsorship request. Do you want to speak? Get some gravel. Councillor Holland, do you want to speak to the motion? You get the final word as well, remember?
I'm hearing there's a request for a specific type of silent auction item, which was gravel. I mentioned discussion of the CAO, but do you have a dollar cost for that? And that'd be your idea.
I don't have an amount cost, but I can speak to the fact that this useful resource that we have as a county actually brings in really good funding when we have donated in the past to other events and requests. And surprisingly, an item that gets bid on by many people. And so if that was something that pleased this council, I would support donating gravel to it. I don't even know what would do, say, a small driveway, but would that be like one truckload? There you go. That seems like, I think that's what we did last time. It seems reasonable.
So microphone, please, if you're going to interact.
Sorry, we're speaking across.
I guess we're just determining delivering within.
No, the original motion was to leave it to the CAO's discretion.
There you
Do we
go.
want to narrow that
Now we're
down?
amending it.
Do you want to amend it?
Um,
Or just leave it to the CAO?
I would, it's your motion. Go ahead.
Well, I think in the donation request policy, it's a certain dollar amount, whereas the gravel would be an increased dollar amount. So
Councillor Wallach?
What are we donating to? Because their online auction is over as of yesterday. Yeah, so.
Wow.
Okay, so that would make the motion kind of
But they,
toothless.
so what was the request? What was it for? It doesn't really say in here.
It's on page 92. It's to cover their personal stuff.
I know, but what event or? Well, I know, but like they have a couple things going on. So what was the specific request? I understand, but what fundraising?
Just
what fundraising event are they asking for? Okay.
That's what I'm seeing in this letter. I don't see anything specific. It's just what I didn't put that ended yet.
So there is a motion on the floor to make a donation. Councilor Wallach, the floor remains yours.
So there is another event on September 28th that they're fundraising for. So it's a kickboxing event or MMA event in Perryville.
Okay,
I have to think about this now.
so Councilor Wallach, further thoughts?
That's all I had questions.
I'm gonna jump in and say, we don't have a grant policy for individuals or adults. That's in the program. I'm not able to support anything that would donate resources in this direction when it's so narrow and focused to a couple of adults who are doing an adult sport that is their own thing. If it was, you know, broad spectrum community group or youth where there's a number of children, I think that's a different story, but the reality is the county doesn't have a grant policy for individuals and adults, and I don't know. I think this would be an error to start off on this path, because then when I want to take up barrel racing, can I come get a sponsorship for new shops or anyway? So you'd like to see that, that would be a show. Councillor Kapitanek and then Chumzik.
While I respect your view, and I do agree, obviously, we don't have a policy that covers this, and maybe that's something we need to look at. The reason that I am happy that that conversation got opened is because these are not just two adults that are in a sport, they are adults that are leaders and mentors in our community to youth that use sports to teach them discipline and respect and sportsmanship values. Their business in our community, and they're almost so good that they have a waiting list for some of their things. You know, people want their children to be taught by Josh.
This isn't Josh.
Isn't it? Or well, he's the one who runs the
No, this is
studio.
this is
Terrell is there as well. He doesn't own it, but he
Jamie
works out there.
Verville and
But he-
Terrell. This is we're not talking about the Perryville thing. This is a request from two adults who would like to
Yes,
attend
but
the
they train and they
WKK
work
workshop.
with Josh, and they do train kids too. Terrell does. Yeah.
But
So these are adults in that club that also mentor youth because of that club. And I want to point out that it's not just two random people, whether we support it or not. That's why I wanted to open that conversation. Because it is affecting youth when they see their leaders going on and representing their community and doing great things, and inspires them.
Councillor Chums.
I 100% agree with that. And I think we do need to bring back this policy to a policy committee anyways, as I believe some of other policies within our school system recognize students at a different age than we do as well. And it's something that we should consider if there ever was a 19-year-old student going to an event, why they should or should not be excluded.
Okay, we haven't heard from Councillor Gerlich, Anderson, Cromwell, or Mintz. It's Cromwell, it's unusual that you're completely silent. Do you have a view you want to share? That probably wasn't
How the heck do I respond to that? I agree that, you know, promotion and helping out our locals is important, but I'm sticking to policy and what we do not have. Our policy is directed toward youth. And I would not be in support of using taxpayer funds for this venture, though I do applaud them and I wish them well. I think it would be too precedent setting, especially without having a policy to fall back upon to go ahead and allocate that money. I agree it's something we can talk about in the future, but as far as my vote will be considered, I cannot move forward with that on those grounds, but I wish them all the best of luck.
Councillor Gerlich, did you want to weigh in? Mins, Anderson? Are you ready for the question? Well, that's what I'm gonna ask Miss Blair to read the question because I didn't write it down, and Ms. Blair, are you able to read the question for us.
Moved by Counselor Holland to donate some silent auction items at the discretion of the CAO to the kickboxing sponsorship request.
So is everybody clear on the motion? On the question of the adoption of the motion, all those in favor? Opposed? Count is 3 and 6, and the motion fails.
Motion to bring the policy back to policy, please.
Yep, that's absolutely. Councillor Chamzik has made a request to bring the policy to a future policy review meeting. I'm looking at admin, but I'm thinking I'm going to imagine that their preferred course of action would be to not make it date bound and just put it in the list of there. CAO Beck, do you want to speak to that?
Mr. Chairman, that'd be great. It should be noted that we've already identified this as a huge gap that we would like corrected. The policies we have here are challenging. Let's put it that way. When you compare it to other places.
I
So
personally appreciate that you're working and your team to make them better. And I think council certainly understands there's priorities, and figuring out the timing is good. So Councillor Chamzik has made a motion to direct administration to bring this to bring this policy or lack of policy back to a future policy review meeting. Is there any discussion on that? Seeing none. For the question of the adoption of that motion, all those in favor? Opposed? Count is 9 and 0, and that's adopted. We are at item number 7.6, and I have Councillor Minns. You had wanted to make a motion.
I'll do the recommended motion to receive the report for information. I just wanted to thank administration on kind of like behalf of the Trappers Ball Association for the promotional items. I know they went over very well with the MVP player awards and that, and there's not a kid out there, I don't think, that doesn't like fish hooks. So thank you very much for your support on that, and council for all your support.
So Councillor Minns has moved the recommended motion to receive the report for information. Councillor Cromwell, would you like to address it?
Completely agree. When the heck do we get fish hooks?
And why don't we all have one? No.
That is news to me. When I was reading this agenda, I'm going, we have a fish hook? I love. We'll continue this after session. Thank you.
On just in addressing the motion, I'd like to say that I think it's absolutely ridiculous. The CAO has, like, we give this individual discretion to spend $50,000 unbudgeted at his own discretion on significant items, and this kind of reporting I think could be better handled, and would hope that, at some future time we can amend this, because I think that, if the CAO is donating $100 worth of stuff, an email to us to know that the county is supporting an event is great, but I feel like this is a waste of time in an agenda package when they've got so much else to do. And that's kind of tied to the motion. Councillor Chamsey.
I do agree with you for the most part, but it is also nice for some of these organizations to have the publicity. And that's all I'm going to say.
Further comments? On the question of the adoption of the motion to receive the report for information, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9 and 0, and that motion is adopted. 7.7, Councillor Cromwell, I have your name beside wanting to make a motion here.
Yes, to receive that report for information or that presentation.
Councillor Cromwell has made a motion to receive the Stars Foundation presentation for information. Is there any discussion on that item? Councillor Minns.
Could I amend the motion to go to the 15,000 or not?
I think they're probably inconsistent with each other, but we could handle it with either a second motion or just in the budget discussion
I would like to make the motion to go to the 15,000.
for this year and
Yeah, for this year, it's only another $1,000 out of our budget that's they're sitting.
so we'll come back to you for that.
Okay.
Because we do have one on the floor. Counselor Holland, do you want to speak to the motion on the floor or do you want to speak to the motion that might come from Counselor Minnis? Unless there's further discussion, if you're ready for the question, that is on the adoption of the motion to receive the Stars Foundation presentation for information. All those in favor? And opposed? The count is 8-1 and the motion is adopted. Counselor Minns would like to make a motion.
Yes, I'd like to make the motion to I wish I had it in front of me, but to go to the $15,000 request. Due to the fact that it is a great service that Stars gives to us and gives to the whole province, 4 provinces. And I think us backing them with another $1,000 is not out of the question. In my point of view, I remember telling the grade sixers that we had 7,500 people living in Athabasca and county and that's what I thought we were at, which would be 15,000 at $2 per capita. So it's like, why not? That's.
So CAO Beck, just so that we process this reasonably, would it be, the wording of the motion would be to amend the budget to have the Stars donation be $15,000 in the 2024 and future budgets?
That's a fair motion.
That's accomplishes what you want?
Exactly what I wanted.
So the motion on the floor is to amend the 2024 and future budgets to have the Stars donation recorded at $15,000. And that's made by Councillor Minns. And we've got Councillor Holland and then Capitanic on it.
Thank you. So just curious, when we had the motion prior, it was $2 per capita annually. Was it $2 per capita or 14,000? It was just $2 per capita. Okay, so the budget is at 14. Right, but we mentioned $2 per capita, so we would have gone up to that $2. Do we even know what our per capita is?
Our current population?
It's
what our per capita is. What are we at 6,900, 7,500 people? I don't even know where we're at anymore.
Current population.
Yeah, we'll just give the CAO a minute to.
Not that I'm disagreeing. I really like the $15,000 even, and I like it every year. Going forward, however, in 10 years from now, that's not going to be enough. So I don't know how, with a revisit in 5 years, if we can.
So I'll leave kind of the floor open with you. We'll come back to that when the CAO knows, and we'll let Councillor Capitanic jump in to keep things rolling, and we'll come back.
This is where my train of thought was going. So I was a little bit confused when she said to ask to have it as a standing budget line, which I assumed we had already done in budget, and it was set at that 14 based on 2, we're thinking our population. And so in my mind, how I remember us doing it at budget time was that line would change yearly, though it will be an established line based on our population. So it would be up to next year us, then the future council to determine, did we grow by 100 people or 1,000 people? That there will still be always a Stars line at 2 per capita, but that it will, ideally administration would change the number as our population fluctuated. So we would not have to kind of alleviating having to make that decision or guess or ask the question. So to me, the number could even be 3. Like, I mean, if we wanted to be generous, we could make a motion to say $3 per person. That's just what they're saying is like 75% of municipalities are doing at 2. And that could be maybe future councils want to do that as well. But I do believe, yes, having the line and having administration have the ability to change the number based on a capita is something that just should be done every year.
And it's in budget every year, and census doesn't occur every year.
Yeah.
It's fairly long and stable. So the CAO is, I think it's 5-year gaps, and
Okay, so we're kind of like
and then
basing it
Councillor
on
Cromwell's
stability.
CAO.
Yeah, and this is, I know we've talked about this in this room before, because it's kind of unbelievable that it dropped that much between 2021 and 2016. StatsCan says we're at 69.59 in 2021. And in 2016, it said we were at 78.69. And
Well, we lost a lot
everyone
of
in the room finds that kind of hard to believe. You could see it being flat or maybe a little dip, but to have a change of minus 11.6% is surprising. And I think questionable. But StatsCan says it's at 69.59 today, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so let's round that to 7,000. That works out to 14. Councillor, well, I'm gonna say this and then give the floor to Councillor Cromwell. I kind of like rounding to the nearest 5,000, but Councillor Cromwell, floor is yours.
They're asking for $2 per capita. Thank you. They're asking for $2 per capita based on our current population as maybe correctly or incorrectly reported. And that we have up their line item in our budget for this year. I would be happy keeping it at the 14.
Councillor Holland, I had said the floor was would come back to you because we were waiting for the answer, so the floor is yours.
Thank you. I like the per capita idea just because, again, it gives the administration the ability to go and make those adjustments as needed. I would be happy to increase it to 2.25 per capita, which gives us about 15.7 of where we're at now. And then we can see what our population is doing. But that's just to keep it as an easy, even keel for instead of straight across, then it's all, we don't have to revisit it steady.
And I wonder, for, council generally, this is sort of a budget discussion. And so we're talking about 1,000 here or there. I think we tend to be flexible enough to round up with the budget. But if maybe this is a bigger discussion at budget time to talk about how do we lay it out going forward, because our budgets are, multi-year documents. And as we, spend time here and better understanding of everything we're doing, I think we're getting better at our sort of budget forecasts and to lay that out for the future through the budget in the fall would be, I'm going to propose to you that might be the most appropriate method. Like a small adjustment like has been proposed is one thing, but to start getting into the formula, and that might be more of a policy discussion that we should do closer to budget, would be my feeling. Councilor Minns, you were waving. You're the mover, so I'll give you a final word. Does anybody else want to talk to this? Councilor Gerlach.
I think she also mentioned that we only made a 2-year commitment to the end of this council's term, and then she was looking for maybe us to make a more solid commitment that would go beyond that, so that they have the stability.
Do you remember what page this is on?
Yes. Especially on something like that.
No, I am.
Let's just take one moment and quickly look at the 10. Thank you, Director. For anybody that has a copy of your budget nearby, it's on page 10 under number 21. And it's in the future budget at 14,000 out as far as we forecast, which is 2028. Yeah, I think that's kind of a note or a guiding note or
It's great to round it up.
what would you like to see happen, Councillor? Are you okay doing that through budget process? Okay, let's put that in your list. So the motion on the floor is to amend the budget to increase the funding for the 2024 year and in the future forecast years to $15,000 to STARS. Councillor Minns, do you want a final word and then we'll call a question?
Yeah, just a quick one. Again, okay, the budget is a budget. It's an estimate. We change the budget. Sometimes this is $1,000 talking about. We're not talking about $1 million or 3.6 million or 5 million or whatever, right? So it's $1,000 and I think just, I think it's just a good thing to do, you know, it's a great service that, we get in Athabasca County. We've worked with them with Fuel Cash. We got kudos from MD of Opportunity for doing working together with them and all that. And it's like, I think it's just a good news story to forward this for an extra $1,000. Then we get that little box around our name too. That's what
Funny, the
I'm
kind of
after,
things
is
that
that little-
motivate everyone, right? Gold star, gold box. Okay.
That's what I'm after.
I had said you would get the final word unless there's any other really burning comments. The question is on the adoption of the motion to amend the budget to increase funding for STARS to $15,000 for 2024 and in the future budgeting. All those in favor? Opposed? The count is 8-1 and the motion is adopted. But if you spent $1,000 on it, we'd be here. Is everybody okay in terms of timing? I can't, we've been an hour. Does anyone need a break or need to go and get zapped by lightning? So let's go through and what I was gonna propose is we've got 2 bylaws to zip through and then calendars, then we can go closed and take a break, or do you wanna? Councilor Gerlich's gonna twist your arm. Next item of business is item number 8.1. 8.1 is second reading of bylaw 012-2024. We had a public hearing on this bylaw this morning. Is anyone willing to move second reading? Councillor Cromwell has moved second reading of bylaw 012-2024. Is there any discussion? Councillor? No? On the question of the adoption of second reading of 012-2024, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. I saw Councillor Anderson moving third reading of 012-2024. It's kind of a tie with Gary and I. Is there any, Councillor Anderson has moved third reading of bylaw 012-2024. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, so you got me off track. On the question of the adoption of the motion of third reading, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0 and third reading is adopted. Item number 8.2 is to give second reading to bylaw 018-2024. Councillor Chamzik and then Wallach. See, I didn't look this way. The question is on the adoption of the motion to give second reading to 018-2024. Is there any discussion on that item? Seeing none on the question of the adoption of that motion, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0 and second reading is adopted. Councillor Wallach has moved third reading of 018-2024. Is there any discussion? Last chance? Seeing none? On the question of the adoption of the motion to move third reading, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. Third reading is approved. Sorry, I was distracted by how black it is outside. It's the change. I'm thinking it's not entirely the change. Councillor Wallach, you asked to add 9.1 to the
I just wanted to make a comment about the events calendar. Since Visit Athabasca basically does the same thing, are we doubling up on admin work here?
So
Can we just add the Visit Athabasca calendar to our correspondence instead of having Leah input these, or whoever does it, into the calendar twice?
Well, the Visit Athabasca calendar will be linked to us. So there was a question, is this also on our website? I think the Visit Athabasca calendar, you can link that from the county website. With your microphone, Councillor Capitan.
So that actually makes super sense. And if we want to add something to the calendar, we should go to the Visit Athabasca website and put it in there. Yeah, if it's not already there.
Councillor Chamzik, you want a thought? Share a thought?
I think the struggle is like, for example, Atmore has, you know, I reached out to Atmore to see if anything was happening. Every Tuesday, for example, they do their quilting from 10 to 4. They do a monthly bingo as well, which would be the 18th as well. So I'd like to add those things. And I mean, I don't know. I guess I could reach out to the Visit Athabasca lady to make sure that she has all those contacts. But I mean, we should also be promoting our area places as well for these smaller events that maybe not have those capabilities.
I think partly Councillor Wallach was pointing out that this just comes to us. And
It's not on the web, not on the website at all.
I'd have to double check with Ms. Blair, but this is just for our benefit. We just,
Yeah, so there was a motion of council. I think it originated from possibly doing a calendar for all of council events such as conferences, seminars, workshops, and then it kind of evolved into this. So that was the motion of council.
Further, I think I recall the discussion was, you know, council is expected to go to certain community events. This is normal in most places, so we would try to put them down on a list so that council's aware of what they are. And it's absolutely normal for councilors to attend. And it's absolutely normal if there's an event ticket to, if you're attending as a councilor, you should pay.
I think this, Councillor Holland is kind of, the root of this idea came from some comments you made, and then it went back and forth and then a motion was made. Do you want to?
I agree. I think that I would also like to see this actually on our website as well. Personally, I thought it was, so I apologize. I wasn't aware. And I think it's extremely important that the people in the public also see these events. They may not. I noticed Visit Athabasca doesn't actually have all of them on there. I was looking for a couple of things that were not there. So I think that if we're able to get our information here, at least we know what it is that we want to portray as happening.
How does it
And
get
Visit
here?
Athabasca is not Visit Athabasca County. And that's the problem. That's the problem I have when you just have the one name, one town in it.
Councillor Wallach.
Sorry, it's the Visit Athabasca region now. So you can go online and submit. It would just be like you saying it in council. It's very easy. And I just think we're already paying somebody to do this event calendar. Why pay 2 people to do it? In my opinion. And then just add this to it, like add the event calendar from Visit Athabasca onto the website or onto our agenda for information. And if you want to submit something as a counselor, just like you do here, you can say it, or instead of saying it, submit it online.
So this is, we're kind of having a discussion. There's not really a motion on the floor.
Sorry, yeah.
What generally at the table, Councillor Wallach has proposed that we just print the Visit Athabasca calendar or Visit Athabasca region calendar and insert that. And my assumption is things get to this calendar because councillors send them to Ms. Blair. Wouldn't it be just as easy to send them to the Visit Athabasca calendar and skip the middle woman?
For example, August 16th, in the Rocky Lane Fairways, that's in my division. I knew nothing about it, so I wouldn't have submitted that. So who would have? Do you know what I'm saying?
I have no idea.
Is this coming up from?
Ms. Blair, do you want to?
Yeah.
But all the same, if it was on the Visit Athabasca calendar, you'd know too.
I did get some of this information off the Visit Athabasca calendar.
Councillor Henderson would like the floor.
I believe that council asked for calendar or list to be distributed to council. It's an administrative operational matter of which resource they use or what they choose to distribute. And I don't want to micromanage which calendar they're sending us. So I just think that You're
Oh,
kind of
this-
getting off into the weeds here,
There's some
asking
creative thinking.
which
so.
calendar is going to be included versus sticking to the topic of, we just want to be informed about the events that we can attend if we need.
So what I've just heard is, we don't need to change anything. And it's up to Ms. Blair which calendar she prints and sticks in the agenda. Does that satisfy everybody? I think everybody seems happy. Counselor Holland is smiling, Leah's smiling. I like the idea of knowing stuff that's coming, but I'm okay. Council correspondence, we need a motion to adopt that. Counselor Wallach brought this to the table, so she'll have the privilege of moving the motion to receive the council correspondence for information. Any further discussion? Seeing none on the question of the adoption of the motion to receive council correspondence for information, all those in favor? Opposed, count is 9-0, and the motion is adopted. We have the other calendars, number 9.2 next, and this is all that's standing between you and getting soaked with a cigarette. Sorry. Let's just start with Councillor Minns and work our way around. You have anything you want to add? Okay, Councillor Holland. Councillor Shamsick. Councillor Wallach.
Next Monday, the 26th, the healthcare meeting. Or, sorry, not the 26th. We're in, never mind, that's August. Never mind.
Councillor Shamsick, back to you.
Never mind, sorry.
Councillor Anderson, Capitanic.
I got one. September 18th.
The name change?
Yeah, now it's like. I think these are probably one, but you know, it's like
Hard to spell.
bylaw, I'm never gonna start calling it safe. So, community futures, September 18th
Okay.
at 10 a.m.
Ian Westlock. Councillor Gerlach.
Yes.
31st.
Of which month?
It's coming up. But that's.
Yeah, they don't seem to print forward. July's don't print on the August column. Councillor Cromwell, do you have, do you want to add some?
I have nothing to add for my world, but maybe August 4th, a reminder, send Joe a happy birthday message.
We have to go into closed session to disclose that? Is there someone willing to move the calendars as amended? Councillor,
Mr. Chairman, just a note, we've highlighted Road to Hope. This is a budgeted item by council every year. You just need to figure out who's going to attend.
Okay, so if you are interested in attending, can we leave it where you contact Ms. Blair? Ms. Blair is happy with that. That seems good. And Councillor Cromwell is willing to move a motion to accept the calendars as amended. I had a note on mine. Typically, the county hosts the meeting of the town, village, and county councils, tri-council meeting in the fall. Do we want to consider asking administration to start looking at some dates and getting organized with that? And we'd have to, I think, in conjunction with that, and why I want to bring it up today is we've got a committee of the whole meeting coming up next month. I think we should have a real careful discussion about what are the real priorities there. And I think it would be wise for us to try to start narrowing the focus of those to top 3 priorities that are really critical for all of us and make them more productive and focused. So if we want to start organizing a date, we can also add it to the agenda for Kyle to talk about our priorities that we propose. But I wanted to obviously float it for your approval. Councillor Holland?
I believe the town was going to discuss their dates on the 13th of August or something like that.
They host in the spring. I'm not content to leave it to them. They couldn't organize it for the spring.
Okay.
And if it happens that we both want to, like, we can figure that out, but I don't, for me, waiting to see if they do something is not okay. They had plenty of time to figure it out in the spring. That's just my personal. Councilor Mins,
Did we? If I remember right, we didn't even have one with the town this year, have we? No, so. Okay,
cutbacks. So is, Councilor Cromwell has made,
I can make that as an amendment
Okay,
to my
well-
motion
Councilor Cromwell has made a motion, then do you want to say it?
to accept the calendars as amended and direct administration to research dates for the upcoming fall tri-council meeting.
Okay, sounds good. Councilor Cromwell has made a motion to accept the calendar as amended and to direct administration to begin planning dates for an upcoming fall tri-council meeting. Further discussion? Seeing none. On the question of the adoption of that motion, all those in favor? Opposed? Joe, I'm gonna vote you in favor. Okay, 9-0, and the motion is adopted. Councillor Chamzik. Yes, Councillor Chamzik, well, let's, do we, I don't think we need a motion to ask admin to put this on the COW meeting for discussion about priorities. Committee, putting on tri-council priorities as a discussion item at the committee of the whole meeting.
Oh, yeah, we can do that, Mr.
Yeah,
Chairman.
okay.
We'll, first of all, we'll try to get a date. And then we'll bring something back. Absolutely.
Okay. Councillor Chamzik has made a motion to enter closed session on the question of the adoption of that motion. All those in favor? Opposed, 9-0, the motion's adopted. Let's take a break, 10 minutes, come back at 5-2. I learned it's a best practice. Okay, we have item number 12.1. Councillor Mins, you had identified that you would like to direct administration to proceed with the engineering at a cost of $26,101 as discussed at item 13.1. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 8-0 and the motion is adopted. As it relates to item 13.2. Councillor Gerlich, you told me that you would like to make a motion that county council direct administration to refer to option A and enter into a property tax payment agreement for tax roll 4322322338. And is there any discussion on that? Seeing none, on the question of the adoption of that motion, all those in favor? Oh, sorry. Okay, opposed? Okay, sorry, wait a minute. All those in favor, because I didn't actually count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? 6 and 2. The motion is adopted. I think, should be your hand up. So that motion is adopted and carried with a count of 6 and 2. Item number 13.3. There was no motion coming out of that. That was just an update. And item number 13.4. Councillor Mins is going to move a motion. Did you type this one down earlier, Ms. Blair? Would you be willing to read the motion for 13.4? Please.
Moved by Councillor Mins to authorize Athabasca County's portion for the engineering in 2024 to be drawn from reserves and to direct administration to make the offer as discussed in item 13.4.
And I think just so we're clear, the understanding is Athabasca County's portion is as outlined in the letter. Is there any questions on that motion? On the question of the adoption of that motion, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 8-0, and that motion is adopted. And as it relates to item 13.5, Councillor Wallach has made a motion to receive the update for information. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, on the question of the adoption of the motion, all those in favor? Opposed? The count is 8-0, and the motion is adopted. There's no further business before us. The meeting is adjourned at 37 minutes past.